going on, everybody? Welcome back. Hope you all had a great weekend. I am just finishing some sound adjustments here. Oh man, I have to admit, I'm still sleepy. Oh. Hey, what's up, man? Good morning. Or good afternoon. I know it's probably noon there now. But how goes the morning work sesh? I got my coffee. You got yours? Yeah, welcome everybody. Good morning, good morning. I hope you had a great weekend. I sure did. I played a wedding this weekend, and that makes me extra happy because I haven't played any gigs at all since COVID started. So, well, I played like two. That's been my third one since last March. So, it was great to play a gig, connect with some people, safe distancing, of course. It was a really small wedding. It was only like 10 people, and it was cool. Good, feels good to play music. I've obviously hit the camera without realizing it. Let's see. There we go. I think my chair hits it when I turn sometimes. Yeah. That'll be good enough. Alright. Welcome everybody, welcome. Getting started here. Before I just like dive into it and just like kind of, I honestly I've thought about it in my head, but I haven't really like sat down and visualized yet, which I like to do, honestly. Before each live stream, I like to kind of look up some references and study what it looks like, and I'll kind of like, like if I had the ideal situation, I would have looked up like 11, 12 different rivers that kind of looked close to the situation and not close to the situation, just to kind of get water in my head and what it looks like. And the thing is, like, you can't learn to draw anything without looking at anything. I feel like a lot of artists feel shy and like I know I did, and I've heard it from other artists. I'm not gonna say a lot of artists, but like I've always loved freehanding and just like drawing out of my head, but it's like you can't do that without studying first. It's like you can only get so far. It's like, at least unless you're like some sort of savant like Rain Man that you can memorize every detail and have photographic memory, if you're like a normal person, then like I don't know, I've found it that it's taken me, I've had to go into nature, I've had to take walks, like study what trees look like and just like try to memorize it and practice them, and water in particular is something that I still need to look at a little bit more. I mean, I can draw water out of my head, but like to match like the sky and make like to match the realism that I want to get for this painting, if I can get it at all, I need to look up some references. So there was a point in my journey of art that I was just like, I don't care about that anymore, There was a time like high school where I was stubborn and I wanted to just like be able to draw everything out of my head, and the thing is, what happens is that you end up just practicing the same thing that you know how to draw in your head, and you don't end up pushing out of your comfort zone and trying new things. So that's what ended up happening to me, and until I broke out of that, and started doing uncomfortable things. I still have many uncomfortable subjects to tackle, like just animals and humans, and just there's all sorts of things, perspectives. Like I want to do some, city drawings, a busy city street or factory or something, or just like a space station, like a futuristic city, something like that. There's a lot that I want to do. It's like I'm always 5 paintings ahead. It's just like I'm constantly getting ideas. I just want to try. That's why I have to draw outside this painting too. I have to pick up my sketchbook and get those out as well. I've really liked just setting this painting to, like, you know, what is it? It comes out to like 23 hours a week I'm working on it. So, and it's almost like I only like working on it at that time, because then the time off, you know, like I said, I get to think about it, I get to do other things, I get to draw other art, and I feel like before, when I didn't like schedule my time to work on this painting, it would like, I would even like burn myself out. Like, there's something good about working on something really intensely for 4 hours, 5 hours, and then stopping. It's like sometimes I would go too far. I would go like 12 hours on a painting, and it would just like, I'd be done 6 hours ago, you know, 6 hours ago, but I'm just like forcing myself to like, so I'm getting tired and making mistakes and rushing and, you know, not having like the patience level I did when I first started. But hey, Michael, what's up? Good morning, man. Good afternoon. I'm an hour behind y'all. Still morning here. My mornings are later than most people's mornings, though. 11 a.m. feels like, well, I got up at like 8:30, but 11 a.m. to me feels like 10. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a fresh palette paper here. Oh. So, more or less, the river is pretty much the same color as the sky, with probably more gray and white. I don't know. Again, I haven't really had a chance to think about it. There's going to be some experimenting with the water today. Hey, good morning, Kirsten. Thank you for liking the stream. What is up? Welcome, welcome. Still waking up. Oh. I hope you have your coffee and that you're enjoying it. Okay. You know what, I didn't bring my mouse over here, which helps me operate the computer from a distance. Hey, thank you so much. What's up, Stephanie? Welcome. Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you for sharing. We're getting started here soon. I'm just talking and waking up and thinking about what I want to do. Making my coffee now. Nice. 11 a.m. doesn't count as morning jokum. That leaves no room for the afternoon. What's good, brother? Come on, Clint. You get it, bro. I know you. You come on. You're an 11 a.m. guy, no? We've wowed till the late hours of the morning. Fucking 6 a.m. wow nights. Good times. Matt and Oz bought fucking GTFO for me, those bastards. Thanks so much, guys. Now I have to play, so you should play too. I haven't even opened the game yet. I installed it, but I just haven't had time. I think before I play with y'all, I'm gonna like get over with the tutorial screen first, you know, like figure out the buttons. I know, ruthless. Yeah, that was ruthless. I think y'all should just come back to WoW, and we should just like start on Mythics. So we just just ease back in Mythics. I'll tank, so we can never get bad tanks. It's no stress, just chill, just no 225 glads. Yeah. Oh, just kidding, man. I can't not PvP. I like it too much. That's like 70% of the game for me. I did do a mythic the other day though, and I had fun. So I guess that's where that came from. You know, I want to open up this giant bucket of white and just. So I have to like scoop it out. Okay, yeah. It's just massive. So much paint. There's something satisfying about having that much paint. I don't know what it is. This is gonna get out of the way over here. Maybe I can just like scrape some of this off the, not waste it. I don't even know what I'm mixing it, but I'll just get it off for now. I know, I always use white, so. I already know I'm going to be using white, but. Giant bucket of paint. I mean, I guess I should have used my other tubes of white that I have, right? What does it matter? It's all the same thing. Broke the seal, though. Gotta keep that tight. I feel like I should mix this or something. Maybe. I mean, the artist paints seem to come well mixed. Scoop! What's up, Bill? What's going on, man? Good morning. It's morning for Bill, not for you guys, though. Bill's in Tennessee. Yes. There's a lot of. This is all original, man. Every single one of these songs, like Bill just hopped in chat, everybody. He's the best bass player I know, and you should go check out his music. Bill Bass, Bill Ferry, on Facebook, on SoundCloud, on Twitch. He's on Twitch. Go follow him on Twitch. I don't know if he's on YouTube, man, but go follow him on YouTube too. But he probably plays bass in like 25% of these recordings, unlike the Gypsy Jazz Bluegrass ones, not like the Ableton MIDI, like fucking around shit. But he live streams. He does stuff in Ableton Live and creates music live, and I'm sure he does other stuff too, besides just making music on Ableton. I don't know. Just gotta go check out his channel to find out. He sucks, worst bass player. Nuh-uh. He's lying. I've watched him rip people's faces off for years on that thing. Okay. The water is like gonna have to be, I don't even know, man. I'm just gonna try to get a color. I don't think I'm gonna go like super duper mirror reflective, because rivers aren't like that. I love dogs and long walks. Oh man, dude, we've all been working on a secret little show that's coming out soon. I don't want to say too much about it till it's like designed and right, but it's kind of like a variety show, and we filmed a segment for it the other day. I've been editing it. It's pretty funny. Can't wait to show that one to y'all. Put the blue here. Mosquitoes too. I love bee stings and getting bit by mosquitoes. Okay, I'm diving back into the record world. Record world. Okay. Record or record? There you go. Thanks for hopping in, man. Thanks for the laughs. Alright, I'm starting to make some color over here finally. I'm thinking like there's something weird like it's gonna be like a dark shade of green for the trees shadows here, because my mind's been so effed up over color since I've like been figuring it out. I'm just gonna make some green on the side. Screw it. Now that I've really gotten into painting, like the last two, definitely flying through paint. Mainly the colors they don't give you a lot of, like yellow and red. But again, I'm missing a lot. I'm wasting a lot. I got a brush here. So I feel like this river is gonna be green, blue. All the colors I'll be using are green, blue, and gray or black, whatever. It's psyched for that. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to sit back and watch it too. That's always my favorite part. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a couple. Just like I'll test. Like just over here or something, just. Cool part about this is it's a big area and I can just keep covering it until it's ready. I'm gonna make the gray over here. And yeah. Gotta have that gray mix. What I've liked about these palette papers too is I've been saving them. And like it lets me, I forgot this is like the bigger camera. I kind of like, I can look back on the colors I had, just in case I like forget. It's just helpful. I don't know if that's something that other people do, but I have them over here on the side. You can see in one of my 17 camera angles. Matt made me laugh the other day. Matt Kennelly, a buddy of mine I grew up with in Rhode Island. That was his girlfriend's a gamer, a streamer, and we help each other out on Twitch, and he's always supporting and hosting, and they have friends and stuff and whatever, but like I was in the chat yesterday and he was like, oh yeah, like gave me a shout out. He's like, go check out, he was like, if you want to go see someone paint with 5-7 different camera angles, go check them out. It's just like it's funny. It is over excessive, but whatever. I can just be the five camera angle guy. something unique to it. Is all the audio good, by the way, y'all? You can hear me good and all that? Hope so. So I'm gonna bring some blue over here. Make some light blue. Brilliant blue. Now, here's the thing that I'm trying to keep in mind here, is that the sun is not in this composition. It's like off screen, pointing at the clouds this way. So like, the sun is hitting the water, or the bright sky is hitting the water at some point, to where it's like gonna make. I feel like it's just making it extra bright, like actually brighter than the sky, just from that like super white, blinding reflection that you can see on the water. I'm gonna keep the blue. I'm gonna grab some of this black. I'm gonna make gray, blue gray. Now, the water is gonna be a bit saturated over here, and like as it gets to about here, it'll get more blue, or not saturated, I should say. I'm just gonna paint out my tone lines here. It just helps me to see. Also, I learned something over the weekend while watching. Needs more camera angles. I learned that there's this guy I follow on YouTube. He's like ridiculous at painting, just a god level. But he uses a gray background on his palette. And he said that because it's gray, you can see like there's something about gray that makes it so you can, when it's behind colors, you can see like what you're actually seeing. And what happens is like there's something about white or, you know, brown, like if you have like this for a palette that like messes with the colors. Even white, probably, if it shines through a little bit, can be more transparent. So I'm just gonna experiment. That was not supposed to happen. I'm just gonna get a little water on my finger and just wipe that off. Hey, Anita, what's up? Thank you for liking the stream. I hope you're having a great Sunday morning, or wherever you are. It's probably not morning. I don't even know what time it is. What time is it over there? So I think the way I can do this is maybe work fast here. Be careful not to ruin these trees. And kind of maybe use the wet paint to help me blend. And again, I'm not really like going step by step here. I'm kind of just adding and taking away and experimenting. So like right here, it's already getting a bit. So I'm just gonna take some blue over here, add it in. It's already just gradient that into the gray there. So here's where I want to hurry up while it's so I'm trying to make this dark kind of blue-green color or something. And add black here. Not quite. More gray. Maybe something like that. But I want to keep the paint wet, so I'm gonna add more here. I'm trying to Bob Ross trick, but he uses oil paint. So also what I'm going to start doing now, which I couldn't do before because I wasn't on the right layer, is I'm going to start cutting into the shore a little bit, which will give like the shore more texture. Won't be like a straight line, you know. So just gonna kind of try to follow the trees here. And if I can work fast enough. Make a little more. There we go. Water. I'm just gonna make little chops into the shore here, so it's not all even. And I'm gonna make those chops less and less, but still there as I move up the shore here. Make this. I gotta flatten out my brush. Yeah, that came out a bit green. Add more black to that. Okay, now try to trying to Bob Ross trick it here, but it's not quite working how I wanted it to. It's like water, maybe. Basically just trying to take the harshness. So maybe okay, so if I do it in little sections, like if I go here, add the blue, right, and then just grab some dark color quick, and like, seems to, I feel like there has to be a tad of orange or something in the water reflections. Like not super prominent, but just making a little. I'm gonna take black, dilute that orange down. I'm gonna take some blue on the side here. Just a hint. I think that, yeah, see, that's what's happening. That's where the green's coming from. Nope, that's not it. Needs to be darker. Darker orange. And I'm gonna do the same thing here. Take some blue. I'm kind of just letting them all mix. Let's see. Making more blue. Ran out of it. Seeing if it's needs a little more gray. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. One tweak at a time. Let's make more of this green, blue, and the black, and something like that. I'll clean my brush now. Little water, and take some of this blue, and not enough black. Also, usually you can end up seeing like I'm not making enough of this. I think what I'm doing, I need to let the let's just keep rolling with this color here. Did I hit the camera? I can blend it the other way with a... Once I figure it out, then I'll move on from this little section. I'm gonna move on to this brush. I think it's more what I need. That did not feel good. I just rolled over my toe with the chair. Oh. Ow. Some more black. This is maybe if I just take the water and... No. I think the blue going back onto the green works the best. There. With water. the tree trunks I'm trying to get in there. I'm just getting more color in there. This isn't like a staying detail. Bigger brush. Where are you? Thought I had. Oh well. Welcome everybody that's joined. I guess I'll go the bigger version. Well, let's mess around with the fan brush here. I'll open up another. I'm gonna open up a tube down here of white rather than use the bucket because I still have two. It's so hard to not do that. I'm telling you. Come on. There we go. I know it's a little crooked than that. Oh man, I really bashed it that time, didn't I? I messed it all up. Alright, I'll go with that for now. Almost. Not quite. This brush is really thin. Getting that black. There's so much white in this that I feel like I didn't really have to get like make gray separately. I'm almost wondering if like the blend brush will be good for this. This is probably where all the oil people would say, like, oh, see, if you just painted with oil, this wouldn't be so hard. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes I don't even add more paint, I just literally dip my brush in water. I'm basically just trying to figure out how to soften the edge of these trees with the. Paint all over me. Soon I'll have to put clouds in this too. Not there yet. So I'm kind of, I don't know, opposite. I'm trying to opposite draw the trees, like with the negative space of the blue. But yeah. Oh wait, that's kind of, paint's still wet. More water, more gray blue. Just getting some of the paint off here. Okay. I'm even kind of allowing it to be a little like as like shapes of clouds to kind of happen, just to get my eye going. I'm doing little circles, and like little circles combined with like little like the dabs. The dabs are giving like me like leaves, kind of. Oh boy, this is challenging. So as much as I'm trying to blend into the trees, I'm trying to blend away from them too, into the water here this way. So that there's no... I'm not gonna do the highlights over them yet. That's where it's gonna tie it in. I wanna get the... I saw it happen there, I was like, ooh, that's where it starts looking like water, but I gotta finish the trees first. It's a bit harsh there, going into the water. This just came too far down here, so did this. I'm using like the lightest possible amount of paint on my brush right now. It's almost like not even paint on it, just because I'm just trying to tweak it little by little. I'm not necessarily 100% happy with the colors I've picked, but maybe it'll start working. Just trying to make these look like trees more, you know? The reflection, that is. I can't believe it's already been an hour. Wow. So when I get close to these trees, I start doing the circles so that I don't like chop into the tree with a weird texture here. Okay, so acrylics are they're just all about like layering. It's like maybe with oil you can get all the layers done first go or something. Because that's what I've seen like Bob Ross did. He was like, oh, you just, you know, put this color down and wipe the brush across and it's magic. Oh, that guy is way too good at painting. There's so many other good ones too, like modern painters that, you know. I mean, granted, you know, Bob Ross's show is short, and he only had a half an hour to do those paintings. He has other paintings that are like, you can tell that it took longer than the show, you know. So before this shit dries over here, a little more black. I remember this was turning a bit too green. Because the thing is, if we add a small amount of green into the black, even though it's not visible, it should react with the blue, if I understand correctly. And make a little bit of green. Because it's yellow and green. So same thing. Definitely some trees here that's not really matching. We kind of did a... There's really not many spaces in the trees. Maybe... No, because right over the path here, the walking path, we have trees. And then... Let me grab a little orange. Grab some orange in there. Just barely. Gotta have that orange. Orange. And I'm gonna go back to the dark green, dark black, green stuff, whatever. Something like this guy that I feel like I'm getting it closer. I already knew going into this today that I wasn't gonna like just whip it up without like figuring it out. There's kind of a little puff of a tree puffing out there. It's orange though. Honestly, it's still not. Still too green. There you go. Just a tad too green. And while I'm at it, I'll make these tree trunks. That kind of got washed out again. And just kind of fade them out. They actually do connect right to the... We got this one. Got this like diagonal one shooting out here. That's drying so fast. Just take some water and blend out the tips. That worked. That worked. Continuing along here because it's just about to dry on me on the palette. Those branches aren't really as visible, or tree trunks. I just gotta get my, yeah, I just gotta do it faster. Okay, so then this one. And this. And these. Oh man, reflections, it's almost like doing your whole painting over, in a way. Luckily, it's not a still body of water. And I didn't pick that to be easier, I just figured I'd like a river. I'm finally like feeling alive. And then basically once you get these trees tweaked to where it's nice, then you just take the water reflection and voila, I live. I don't know. Might not be that easy. So I'm gonna create more green here. I ran out. And then I gotta take black and just ruin it. There we go. That's good enough. It's just a hint of green. And orange. Orange. Okay. Now this one is obviously, you gotta follow it. Sticking to the river. Still wet, which is good. I'll keep that in mind. Hopefully that stays that way for a little bit longer for me here. Those. That's the orange. This also needs to be too. That's green. It's a bit dark, but I'm gonna hopefully do what I did down here with the blue and kind of blend it back in there. So the tree, as we get farther away here, we don't want to like be too detailed with it. I almost don't even need the chunks anymore at this point. This is where you're gonna bring them up over here. Like here's another one that I missed. Right here, right about there. And there's one like right behind it. You can show a little split in the branch there going into the, yeah, that's cool. Looking more like tree reflections. Wasn't quite matching. Yeah, there's some branches. There are branches. I keep calling them branches. Trunks, tree trunks, whatever. Right there. It's nice, filling up that space. Goes to the sky, which looks cool. I've broken it in my mind. I'm having too much fun saying it like it's stupid. Orange. It's almost like arrange. Arrange your bookshelf. Orange. An orange bookshelf or orange your bookshelf. Grabbing this orange color here, and I'm gonna mix it with the darkness. I'm gonna mix it with the darkness. It'd be fun to just call the color black darkness from now on. Take some darkness and some light. Just call it white light. Because we're so much closer here, I feel like you're going to see the orange in the trees more. Maybe not, I don't know. Seems like though it's just like how are all these leaves right here getting held up, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like I don't see a tree trunk there, right here, but let's just say there's one because I can see the bottom of it there. So do that. Try that again. I had too much water on my brush. That's what happened there. way too much water. Right there. Oh no, the water strikes again. The rogue water droplet. There we go. That's the bottom of it. Okay. Now, gonna get this brush again. Grab some blue. I'm gonna make more of this blue. A little bit of black. That was way too much. Now I have to grab more white and blue. And hopefully put the black back where it belongs. There we go. Man, black's so strong. Look, I put one little drop too much of black in that and it like took over this whole pile of paint. It's like, now I have to use, it's just all this color now. Promise. Now it's too gray. More blue. Just gotta keep dark. Grab that white. More blue. Okay, there we go. I think, yeah, that's closer. That's why I like painting strips on the palette over here on this side to just until I become good at color mixing. I can at least just put it there. The darkness is powerful. See? That worked there. The darkness is so powerful. I must add more light to defeat the darkness. Right there it would have sounded good if I remembered to use it. I wouldn't even have to change anything I said. Okay. Take the teensiest bit of darkness. Actually, it's pretty close. All right, it's close enough. Let's go for it. Water. More water. There we go. Maybe that was a little too much. There it is. Such a fine line, like the amount of paint versus water versus like. Okay. Gotta start being a little more careful. Just maybe these are starting to look like some clouds, you know? I'm scared. Maybe I ran out of water. It's almost doing what it was doing before. It's close enough. I just gotta be careful. Just barely, barely, barely. I'm just tossing in some sky. Between those branches a little bit there. just a little bit, tiniest bit of water here. Because this river's still wet. So it's like picking up blue paint slightly. Maybe not enough. Maybe I need to add a little bit more to the brush here, a little bit of water. Get it mostly off. Trying to just fade the tops of these trees into the blue is basically the effect that I'm trying to find. Oh, so luckily this paint was still wet. That's gonna help me out. Also, Stephanie, I will be varnishing your painting today. Meant to mention that to you. I think I just got blue paint on my face. So, looking forward to that. Be varnishing it, taking a picture of it. And we should have it up before you know it. And on the way to your house. Excited to see it on your wall, where it belongs. Its new home. This has not been easy. Challenging. Oh, there we go. That kind of was the cut I was looking for, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Too much water. Yes. I'm excited too. I probably could have varnished it a couple days ago, but I just like to play it safe. Especially because on that one, and on the one before that, Sadronite Caves, which I also let dry just as long, is I used water-based ink on it, which I don't know if y'all have ever worked with water-based ink, but it's like, it's not really that permanent. Like it unless it's like super cured, it's easy. It smudges easy. Like a little bit of water will make, so like, and the varnish I use is water-based. So like that water and the water-based varnish like can knock that ink up because of from the brush strokes. So I just wanted to play it safe because there's a lot of detail on that log with that water-based ink, and would be terrible to just watch it smudge, eh? Where is this blue again? It's like I've made some sort of lighter blue or something. I think the black was just taking over. Now the blue's taking over. Never-ending battle of the colors. That's fine, somewhere in there. I'll go get this edge painted down here while I'm at it for later. I'm not doing the clouds yet. I keep teasing the cloud shapes because I'm just kind of practicing ahead of time. But I'm gonna finish these tree blending here. So actually, I'm learning that a dry brush with a little bit of paint on it was better for this than a wet one with a little bit of paint on it. Where the wet version, it was like making too sharp of lines, and this dry version is kind of just blending nicely into it here. So I'm trying to just clean up. It kind of got mucky because of the green mixing with the yellows and the blacks and the grays here in the water. So I'm just trying to bring the sky to the edge of the trees again here while they're still a bit blended. Okay. What I find with water is the second you put the reflection over the top of the reflection is where it really stops looking like there's just black blobs on the water here. Hopefully. Who knows? I'll have to go back and redo all this because it didn't look right. I'm totally prepared for that. The tree's not quite. There we go. It's okay, these little texture things are happening in the water. I'm gonna end up making them anyway. It's just saving me time. The more layers, the better. If you need to go back to solid, you can always fix it. But I find that the more layers you have, the more realistic it looks, or the more like information it seems to have. I don't know. I'm still learning. Tree there, leaf. There's something bothering me about that. It's like these are the ones that need to be reflected, not these. That's what's tripping me out. So it's like they're like right there. They come up just a little bit higher and drop back down right there. There we go. Gotta mirror them. And then wash my brush. Edge is still looking real harsh right here. So I'm going to try to smooth that out. Cut a little too far in. Just add them right back. And then I'm also going to take the trees and continue them off, which I meant to do. So the mistake I've been making too is not cleaning my brush before I dip back into the blue from the green. That's one particular mistake because of how much it's going to alter the theme. So I can do the blue into the green. I just can't do the green to the blue, like on the palette. Okay, just blend that. Next time, if I were to do this more efficiently, I would do what I'm doing now, which is like blending each little spot at a time rather than doing like the whole tree thing and then blending. Just the nature of acrylics has made it difficult to get that soft. And that's what they say, you know, you're going to have a harder time with acrylics getting that soft look. You can get it, it's just, I've seen it. And the other thing they say is the colors are more vibrant, so it's easier to look cartoony. The darkness. The darkness and the light are at battle on the palette. I'm just about happy enough with these trees to go take a break, come back, and then add the reflections. But it'll make all your paintings slightly goth. Yeah. Just like hearing me talk about them the whole time. You could like probably think of a word for every color like that. Ugh, these colors just don't want to stay consistent on me. It's the color's fault, obviously. It's not my fault. I would say that like they should add water into like color lessons or something. Like all the color mixing I looked up, they never showed how water actually changes the color too, but maybe that's just something they know you're gonna discover. I already love how the shore is a bit more jagged. Just looks more realistic to me. I'm gonna come back with some yellow too and stuff and fix that up. The green got a little fuzzy on the edge, like right around here, so I can just I can probably just fix that up with the green actually. I don't have to make yellow for that. So like right on the top of here needs to be blended a little more. Sometimes the paint will get slightly too thick and I'll just dab my finger like that. Where like it's not taking the paint off, it's just like taking a one tiny layer, making it slightly more thin. You know what it is? I think I'm just not making the blend edge big enough. It's close, man. I'm looking at the zoomed out shot over here. It's just something. My headphones are falling off. I almost dabbed that brush right up there on the top of that painting. I just accidentally found a new way to do a texture. Happens all the time. So, I thought of one thing that might be off. Is that the line here right on the shore isn't quite black enough. But it's not quite, doesn't have quite the darkness. Needs more darkness. I'm not gonna use that brush, it was just dirty. I think it's time for the detail brush on this one. So I have some black left over here. I'm gonna bring it over to where I was mixing this green. I'm gonna still get a little tad bit of green in it, but just barely. I don't want it to be pure black. That's the thing. We're saving pure black for the foreground. This is still midground, kind of. It's far away. You know, you're probably a football field away from the shore. Alright. Darkness. And on this darker line that I'm fixing here, I'm going to bring up just the bottom of the tree trunks too. And then use my finger to blend that in. And hopefully get the desired effect. I know I say that a lot. I didn't get the desired effect. I'm starting to make fun of myself because I realize how many... Like, I'm seeing the patterns of, like, the things that I say. Watching myself back, too. This is the first time I've ever talked for long periods of time on camera. It's a new skill. Developing one. Let's see that. That got way too out of hand there. Maybe water. That helped. I'm afraid I've gone too black. Your jokemisms. Yep. Actually, nah, it wasn't too black. It was fine. Oh, there we go. This is a Bill tune, guys. This is one of the things Bill made on Ableton. He's tossed me some new music, so giving him all the credit. But yeah, again, go give Bill a follow on Twitch. Bill Ferry, Bill Bass. It's either Bill Ferry or Bill Bass. Facebook, great bass player. Makes tons of cool beats, including like this one. Wow, good timing. Yeah, your song literally just popped on, man. Yeah, everybody. Chill Beats by Bill Ferry. Hey, thanks for the share, man. Yeah, I'll take more coffee. Thanks, buddy. Huh? That's John, everyone. Say hi.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't even know he was behind me for a second, but you guys did. Yeah, man, literally. Like, you hopped in and your song turned on.
I just didn't want to get cold.
Thanks, man. I was actually just about to go do that. I'm way over break time. I'm going 2 hours straight. My back is like tweaking right now, but I'm just so close to getting these trees right. JL in the house, keeping the coffee going. Continuing to just make this line thinner as it goes down the beach. Chopping into the shore a little bit more here. A little more ragged. My last chance to do it, so I'm gonna finalize that. There's the spot that I messed up on right there. And I'm like I'm squishing together like how far apart the details are cutting into the shore, because everything it moves in perspective, like the size of everything, even details, even curves and bumps and rocks, and just like everything has to follow going smaller. So the more that you keep that in mind, the better I think things look. Not gonna be as jagged here. Now I'm making the line too thick before it dries. I'm just gonna drag it out with my finger. It needs to be like super thin. Just giving it a little bit more depth. Because basically what this dark line is the reflection of the edge of the shore directly under the water. It's like the closest, darkest thing that reflects. A couple hints of tree branches. Just barely. This line, I might have to switch to a thinner brush. I have one brush that goes a size down. because it's not quite making the line thin enough. Hey, if I wanted to mention earlier, I forgot, just remembered. If any of you on Facebook or YouTube right now, and you have a Twitch, I'd really appreciate it if you went over to Twitch and gave me a follow. Same content, different platform, just trying to grow over there. And most of my traffic's on Facebook right now, but I'm trying to, you know, divvy up some of that and put it over on Twitch, or just duplicate it over on Twitch. The main goal is I need to reach 50 followers. Then it allows me to have more opportunities through Twitch. Pretty much like in the interview phase, if that makes sense. With these tiny brushes, you gotta add water to like almost make the paint inky, because like the bristles just aren't strong enough when it's pure thick paint to like make it work. There we go. Hey, thank you so much. Yes, we're up to 11. I have 10 right now. Thank you so much. It really helps. Oh look, even my chat robot thanks you. That's cool. I have a very friendly chat robot in Twitch that helps keep the chat more fun. See, that's the fun thing about Twitch. Facebook's still trying to implement all these fun gaming things, but Twitch has all this fun stuff in chat you can do, like talk to the 8-ball or battle each other, or you know, once I reach 50 followers I can give you guys a hell of a lot more, because that's something that unlocks, basically, is called loyalty points, and I can name those points whatever I want. I'm probably gonna think of a different currency name, but the more you watch, the more you comment, the more points you get, and then you can use those points in chat for fun things. The Twitch thing. YouTube does it. Not as much as Twitch, though. Facebook's just like, they're new to the gaming scene. Streaming scene. I think Streamlabs and Facebook have been communicating, trying to make that happen. But it has not been released yet. Oh, here's the flat brush I couldn't find earlier. Oh, I dropped it. I'm like, where the hell did my brush go? Ugh. Glad I didn't hit the camera that time. Oh man, my brush is getting weird. Let me see if I can fix it. It's a small brush to fix with a wire brush, but basically just brushing it against my leg, trying to get the bristles to just split up. Some paint got too stuck together. I wasn't paying attention and it fell on the floor. There we go. I think that did it. Oh, just some water to fix it. A wire brush will always fix a brush up real quick if you do it right. Okay. I dropped it again. Okay. Water. Paint. We're almost done with this line. Literally like a millimeter. Okay. Nice. The reflections looking a little bit more separated from the shore. That's what was bothering me. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Mom? Welcome to the stream. Sunday morning paint. Painting and chilling. Thank you so much. I've been learning on this one, let me tell you. It's been a challenging one. My camera's a little bit. There we go. Nice. How's your Sunday, Mom? How you doing? Clouds look so real. Thank you. I've gotten so many compliments on these clouds. Noted. I'll remember what I did, so I can keep making my clouds look that way. Cause I just like part of that's like 25% accident, and then the other part's like on purpose. Just sometimes things work out. I just find the right colors, you know. The only thing is this hill kind of looks like 6 o'clock in the evening, but then the rest is like daytime. I might have to brighten up this hill slightly and add a little bit of light to like the edges of it. But I wanted to move on because sometimes I can get too stuck. Babysitting a very sick sugar glider. Oh, what's wrong with the sugar glider? What happened? Is it okay? How old are those sugar gliders now? Did it get sick, or is it like on its way out? Is it like dying of old age, or not dying, but sick of old age, or just, you know, how animals get old, just like humans, things start going wrong, you know? It looks so real. Well, thank you. I really like to go for the real look, so. It's inspiring to hear. I'm gonna try to see if this orange hasn't dried yet. It hasn't. He had some kind of virus months ago and never really recovered. Weird. Yeah, sometimes viruses can leave long-term effects like that. That sucks. I hope he gets better. Aw, you're just holding him, comforting him. That's rough. It's always sad to see an animal in pain. They're so innocent. Especially a teensy little sugar glider. What was his name again? I forget. It's been so long. I'm just fixing some things in the computer over here. We were gonna put him down, but decided against it. Baxter, that's what it was. Okay. Well, man, what can you say? It's like, I just hope for the best. I hope he recovers. To you, Baxter. Hope you're alright, bud. So the problem, I think, it's still not, like, there's some little things on the trees here that, let's see if I can just, I mean, I'm getting super fussy. And we have a new addition to our zoo. The girls brought in a baby bunny. What? So they just go to the store and buy edibles and like not say anything and just like come home with them? Like, do they just not even warn you? Sophia. A baby bunny. I feel like eventually too these trees over here are gonna have a bit more highlight right on the edges. But I want to make sure this piece that's gonna be covering all this like works right. I don't know how to paint. I'm still learning. I gotta say, it's a random off topic, but that artwork you've been doing is absolutely amazing. Like you've improved a shit ton too. Like, wow. This is my mom in chat, everybody, by the way. Renee. She does amazing artwork, like all kinds, but particularly lately she's been doing these stippling artwork, which means you just do dots. Like the whole thing is made out of just dots from different colored pens, and it just looks so freaking cool. And like, there's nowhere I could send you right now because it's not on the internet, but we're gonna get that up there for you. And it's just amazing. Like, y'all would probably want to buy it right away, honestly. Yeah, it's crazy. Too many little creatures here. Yeah, so they just bring it home without asking you, huh? Jeez. What's next? Like, they're just gonna bring like a parrot. They're gonna like an African gray. She's like, hey mom, we just brought home a baby African gray. It was $3,000. Yes, she is. Which reminds me, Stephanie is an artist too. For all of you that don't know, and right here I'm hanging on this camera mount. Look what I got. Stephanie. I didn't have it the last time I mentioned it, but Stephanie made me this. And I love it. It's got lava rock, I believe that is, right? That black rock. I just like the colors. I told her I wanted her something earthy. I like the earthy, the greens, the grays, the blacks. I honestly, I wore it for a bit, but it ended up loosening up on me a little and falling off. But I like it more as my shrine decoration. It's nice. I'm not much of an accessories wearer anyway. I always lose them, but I've had it hanging right here over my camera, keeping me company, keeping the vibes going, the earthy vibes. There we go. Yeah, exactly. She brings it home because she knows you can't say no to a cute baby animal, right? You're welcome. Y'all deserve a shout out. Y'all incredible artists, man. Plus, I wouldn't be doing all this if it wasn't for my mom in chat right now. She put a sketchbook and art supplies in my hand, and I was like, I kind of like this, you know? I think I might do this for the rest of my life. Ugh. All right. I'm pretty happy with this tree reflection here. It's not done only because it requires the water to kind of have these reflections that kind of go over it a little bit against the grain, and what that will create is like this layer of water, hopefully. The tweaking of the water isn't right. Like I have to kind of add, it's like the hint of reflections of clouds, very, very barely. It's not gonna be super detailed. It's not mirror image. If anything, these trees are still too mirror. They need to be more like blended, but I'm hoping that the highlights will smooth that out a little bit. If not, then just do it over again. I mean, that's partly why I liked painting so much. You could just keep redoing it till it looks right. I loved her driftwood pieces too. Cool. Not sure I've seen one of those. Maybe you have showed me stuff and I just forgot. So good. The reflection of perfection. Perfection! Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. I don't know about perfection, but like I said, painting's weird where like you need things to be like that. Sometimes that last little touch is like what makes it look right. It's happened to me so many times where I'm like, what's wrong with this? And then like I do something and I'm like, okay, it worked. I don't know what I did right, you know, but. Anyway, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, a little less. Little leg stretcher. I usually go on the hour because it's just the way my back has to twist in front of the camera. But please stick around. We're painting for another. What time is it? Oh, we're still painting for another 3 hours, pretty much. So we'll be hanging out. It's chilling and painting Sunday. Be right back. I gotta get more coffee too. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far, by the way. Here's a video for ya. Speaking of this video, my mom's in this video. You can see her. She helped me make this one. I don't want to hit you in the face.
Oh.
These don't want to fly.
Oh, that was a good one. Oh. Oh man.
Oh yeah. Right there.
Yes! Sorry. Oh, you got one.
I don't want to hit you in the face.
Oh.
These don't want to fly.
Oh, oh, that was a good one. Oh. Oh, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Right there.
Right there.
Yes! Sorry. Oh, you got one.
I don't want to hit you in the face.
Oh.
These don't want to fly.
Oh, oh, that was a good one. Oh. Oh, man.
Oh yeah. Alright. We're back. What's up? Welcome any newcomers. We were on break. Painted for about 2 hours before that. You have the patience of a saint. Didn't think you'd ever land that envelope. To be honest, sometimes I think I'll never gonna land it either. Sometimes I'll pick a number in my head. I'll be like, if I get to 500 and I don't have it, then I'm done. And believe it or not, 500 tries sounds like a lot. But it goes by pretty fast. I'm a little bit chilly, believe it or not. I throw on a sweatshirt here. There we go. All right. Time to finish the water. Just gonna look at it for a second. That reflection was tough, man. That's still not quite how I wanted it to look. Maybe it'll be fine. I don't think it's too black. Because that's something else that's crossed my mind. Like, is it too black? Does it have too much darkness? But it's not. It's a very dark green. Watching me figure it out as I go, guys. Really don't have a pro way of doing these every time. Kind of putting myself through paint college right now. Been studying the color wheel a lot, like I said. That's been a new thing on my mind. I don't know how much you've looked into that, Mom, but it's mind-blowing stuff. Like, using the color wheel properly. And like picking proper themes of colors, like complementary and split complementary and analogous and monochromatic, and there's all these different color themes that you can pick. What I've done wrong my whole life is I've just always used every color, like, oh, this needs red, this needs this, I'll just, green grass, pick green, and like what that ends up doing is like not creating themes where like when you look in nature, everything is in a theme. environments have a theme of colors, like depending on where you are and what the color of the air is and how humid it is and what time of day it is. And what blew my mind was like, there's really only you're really only ever looking at like, I mean, in real life, especially in like a man-made city, you're seeing a lot more of the colors. You're seeing double complementary themes, they call it, but a lot of nature is split complementary, which is just 3 colors. And you get all the other colors and tones and gray tones and tints and shades just from those 3 colors by adding white and black and gray. And you make, it's ridiculous. Like, I didn't, you know, and then there's all the, it just goes on and on. The different ways to make browns. Cool grays, warm grays, you know, cool browns, warm browns, blue browns, red browns, yellow browns, green browns. Another thing I discovered too, or learned, that yellow, there's no such thing as a dark yellow. There's no such thing as a dark yellow. It just goes green. So if any of you can see this for yourself at home, if you take yellow paint and you just start adding black to it to like darken the yellow, it'll just turn green. And like, the first time I heard that, I was like, why? But it's just because there's green in black. Or, I'm sorry, there's blue in black. And that blue in the black is mixing with the yellow. And that is making the green in turn. So, because there's all those, like, secret relationships, and it gets complicated when you start mixing, like, oranges and browns and magentas and purples, because those colors are made up of 2 primary colors. And so, depending on the ratio of those 2 primary colors within that color, that's going to determine how much it's going to, like, affect something you blend it with, you know? Or how much red's going to come out, or how much, you know, if you have red orange, if it's more red, anything you mix that red orange with, it's going to be more, you're going to get red reactions over yellow reactions. And, like, each color has its own type of reaction with the other colors. It just goes, it's like, forget it. It just keeps going and going. So now I'm at this point where I'm just like, I have to experiment, you know? I have so many experiments I gotta do. So, like, before it was too late in this painting, because I actually started this painting and didn't learn that yet. And then I got to, like, this mountain, and I, like, had some time off, and I was like, alright, what's going on here, you know? Like, there was something I wasn't getting. And, I watched this one video, and it just, like, explained it just right, and it, like, all clicked. Like, all this stuff I've been trying to figure out for so long just, like, clicked. And, right away, the second episode, we just redid this whole mound here of land, because it was just the wrong green. And you can see the old greens right here. Right here, this is the old green, and this is the new green. And the difference between these 2 greens is that this is a red green that's more oriented towards red, and this is a blue green. And the reason why I needed a blue green and not a red green is because the themes, the colors I chose for this painting are orange, red orange specifically, red orange, blue, and green. So you're only looking at orange, blue, and green in this whole painting. And the way you gotta think of it is, like, yes, you have to use red to make orange. So technically there's red in it, but you just gotta think of it as orange as the color. There's not really red in the painting unless you're, like, putting something red in the painting. So it's like you have the primary and secondary colors, and then you have color themes and color harmonies. And those are, like, 2 different things. And then you have tint, shade, saturation, and hue. And it's just, so it's like there's 4 ways you can alter every color. It's so much. It's like, it reminds me of when I dove into music theory and started learning that. Crazy stuff. This whole time I've been talking, I've been looking at my painting and trying to decide what to do next here. I think I'm going to make a new palette paper, but I'm going to put this one off to the side so I can color match. Welcome to watching me think. Basically, if you've missed the last 2 hours, we've just finished this little reflection here, and I'm about to go on the water and add the good stuff, but might run into a problem here. See, the problem with this reflection is that it would be fine if it was a lake. But if it was a river, because it's a river and it's moving this way, what happens is I feel like the tones of the water take over the colors of the tree more. And you just have to use more dark river tones rather than like the actual tones of the trees mixed with the blue. So another thing, I actually have to make another reflection here. I didn't do that. It's subtle. It's just a darker gray. It's a grayed out blue. And then the clouds. This is gonna take some tweaking. What's on the right? It's gonna be a bluff that comes out about here and cuts this off here, and then another layer of a bluff's gonna cut that layer of that bluff off, come out to about here, and then or probably like somewhere here, some trees for the immediate foreground, and then on the bluff up here, it's gonna be a cottage, like a little kind of like earthy cabin that's like overlooking everything, and hopefully I can pull that off. So it's a while ago. This part's gonna take the longest out of all of it. This is probably gonna be like 7 episodes of painting just this one part, because it's gonna be even closer, it's gonna be even more detailed, it's gonna be even more saturated, and yeah. That's what's gonna be there. That's the plan. But the plan can shift very easily. Yeah, I drew more of a lake reflection. That's the thing. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe it's just an extremely slow moving river. It just flows so slow. It's just a mirror finish river. Okay. I'm gonna remake a series of gray blues. That's what I'm gonna do. So that's phthalo blue, the famous phthalo blue. And then we're gonna need some black. Darkness. Now, I've like been evolving my palette mixing technique. At first it was a big old mess. But I think what I'm liking more these days is the colors I'm using together is kind of doing this triangle. And you can like meet the gradients in the middle and kind of have all these choices. Where before I was just kind of, I was doing that, but it was all over the place. So like, I think I would waste more paint inherently. Get some white here. We're gonna have some white for the blue, and then, because we're gonna need a lot, it's a big river, and then some white over here for gray. That's why I got a big tub of white. Slam right through this stuff. Use so much white. I didn't really mix it. Grab this blue, half of this white, just so I can keep some pure white. And I hit the camera. Oh good, it didn't move. And we're making that sky blue. So phthalo blue mixed with white gives you like the almost turquoisey brilliant blue. If you added a little yellow to it, it would turn turquoise. Very little. The reason why I've been mixing with a brush, because it's faster, I think. Just because of the way you can like spiral the paint, but you waste less paint with mixing with a knife because it's not, you pick up a lot of paint with the brush. Take a little bit of black. Make me some gray, conserving some of that black for later. What's also cool about the knife mixing, which I'm going to try to do here, show you what I mean, is you can make gradients easier. I usually like to make my grays on the lighter side when it comes to dulling saturation, because I've tried the darker grays and it tends to be more like adding black to the color than adding gray to it. There's kind of like this right kind of gray. I'm still experimenting with it. So I'm gonna take like all of this gray actually not all of it. I'll take half. And actually, before I do that, this white is a bit in the way. I'm just gonna slide this white over. Just put it there for now. Grab my gray again. And now, I'm not gonna add it all the way into the blue. I'm just gonna put it on the end of the blue. And I'm not gonna drag it in. And what kind of happens naturally is it'll create this like gradient of like whatever colors you pick, but in this case it's making a gradient of saturated blue over to gray blue, non-saturated blue. And just helps with the eyes for me. As you can see, it's like, and I'll put it on the bigger camera in a second. You can see it goes from saturated blue to gray blue up on the top, and it's just, I just like setting it up that way. If anything, I could even add a bit more gray here on the top. The other thing about knife mixing is you can make piles of paint which don't dry as fast. But I often mix with a brush when I'm detailing because you don't need to make massive amounts of paint for details. Usually you just gotta find make little pools. Okay. I'm gonna roll with that. Hope y'all are having a great Sunday, enjoying your Sunday. If anyone new has joined. Please go give that Twitch a follow at Planet Jokum if you haven't yet. I'm trying to build it up over there. For those of you who have been hanging out and already heard that, obviously you don't have to. I gotta kind of treat it like a radio show, is if I can't, because it's always like 10 seconds late. I can't really see when someone joins in. I see when they joined in like 10 seconds, 15 seconds after. So I say hi randomly all the time, just in case. Because basically, if I said hi right when the number increased on viewers, to you it would look like you've been watching for 15 seconds already, and then I was just like, oh, hi. I don't know, it's hard to time. It's a mystery. So I've been, I liked this brush a lot, the way it was working for me. It's like a rounded tip brush, I don't know what you call it. Is there a name on it? Filbert? Is that a company or? No, Filbert's the name of the brush, right? Any painters out there can confirm that? Is there such thing as a Filbert brush? I'm not good with my terms. So we're gonna grab some of this blue gray, add water. I'm gonna start getting my tone lines here. Do a little experiment. Okay, that looks kind of nice. Welcome everybody. Watching part 5 of the Cottage Commission. Can't believe it's already part 5. I feel like I said it every episode. Can't believe it's already part 3. I can't believe it's already part 2. Grab this here. And I'm gonna use white. Ooh, that's bright. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do before it's too late. I'll try to do anyway. See if this works. I'm gonna use the light color to bring out the tree reflection. I am gonna take a little black here. Make a darker version. Just in case. I can always grab from the other side. Don't want to leave those bristles like that. There's some trees there. Some trees there. And that's it. So with acrylic, it's easy to not look soft and blended. So there's a couple ways around it, like layering a million times, but usually the easiest way around it is just like working fast, which isn't easy when you're trying to think out things sometimes and you don't really have like a exact plan. Or you can take the slow tweaking approach, but I'm gonna try not to here. See if we can. So let's see, this cloud. I'm gonna start looking at the clouds. This cloud. I feel like it's kind of like this. Oh, drawing opposite is so weird. I just gotta sketch it out. The cloud there. Then it like connects this way. And then I guess we gotta like kind of make up some clouds because it. So that goes up, and there's just a big, yeah. So here's the first experiment, ready? Ah. Does that make it look like... Okay. Okay. I'm using like the lightest amount of paint right now. Like just like okay, so then we have so this cloud is here. It's a bit white. I want these to just be the sketch. I'm not trying to put them in officially. Oh, it's already doing that. It's already looking better because of the... Pretty much using like watercolor right now. Like the consistency of watercolor. So this... No, I didn't really do that right. This cloud's here. You're saying this is the horizon, right? If I folded this cloud, it'd be like there. So it's like there. And then just barely, I'm gonna go over these. And that's where the magic starts happening, right? Oh! And then we have like a don't really see these guys here. Maybe one. Maybe one. Let's see that guy. Thanks, guys. Figuring it out. Something like that. That's more curved. Things like that, and then we have this. Hey, 500 stars from the Mama Bear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That noise is so loud. It's just like, wah! Okay, so I have this cloud. Thank you so much. What's that curvy thing? This space here. I mean, if we might as well make the rest of it pretty reflective, right? And now we are above where it's up here. So like we're kind of getting a little bit of these, I know my finger's going off screen, but like if these clouds were continued another inch above the canvas, I feel like that's what would be happening like here. So I'm just going to like make them up. And another one there. That's going to be all cut off kind of anyway. Okay. I'm just going to take those harsh lines out of them now because they're looking more like watermarks than before it dries on me. That's blue. Dilute it with water. I'm making the most see-through paint I possibly can. Especially for when I go over these tree reflections here, because I don't want to... And now what we're going to start doing is... Moving water usually has some ripples in it. There's some sort of wind, some sort of something going on. So technically, it's messing my brain up. So if the reflection's here, and I folded it down, then it be coming from this way. If it's coming from this way, okay. So let me try it this way. This is the light source direction, and I folded it down. Yeah. So the light is that way on the alternate universe clouds. So I was doing that wrong for a sec. Oh shit. This is hard. It's hard enough to draw the clouds, never mind to draw a faint image of them. Upside down. Exactly how you did it before. This is the part I was like, oh boy. And what's cool about working with like super transparent watered down paint is that you can keep layering it and layering it. And the other thing I'm going to do here loving these reflections over the trees. I had a feeling that that was going to tie it in, but I wasn't sure. Thank you so much, guys. Now you can start the depth, see the depth of the water. Sweet. I'm glad it's translating like that. I'm going extremely, extremely, extremely light because I don't want to overdo it. Looks exactly like watercolor on the palette. Thank you. Working through the challenge here. I don't want to overdo the highlight here, but I'm experimenting. Sometimes if it dries up on you, you could just use water to like reactivate it without adding any more paint. I gotta do the stroke that way. That's what I'm doing wrong. Water. Ah, another Bill song. Nice. So Bill has helped me out. He's lended me some music to fill up my playlist more. He makes cool beats on Ableton, for sure. I want to kayak on this river. Haha. Me too. Where do you get your ideas for your scenes? Well, this one in particular is a commission, and it came from a buddy of mine, Mike, who it's his mother on Mother's Day, and it's a painting that he already did for his grandma, but he wanted me to do it in my style, and So the idea was already like, you know, overlooking mountains with a bluff and stuff for the most part. But when it's not like given to me like that, I mean, I kind of either invent them as I go, or it'll kind of just hit me at a random time of the day. I'll just be walking around and be like, that's what I want to paint. Okay, so let's see here. Take some more blue and add it down here. So now I'm gonna be trying to like just layer this up in certain ways, and because what's happening, you have the reflection of the clouds, but there's gonna be some water that's that overpowers it. And so I don't really know how to get that look. I'm just kind of gonna layer some paint and hopefully not fuck it up. And see, this can overpower like these reflections a little more. Maybe can take the harshness out of them. Hopefully, I was hoping. Now I'm trying to keep my edges feathered, because what ends up happening is it looks like a river of frozen ice eventually. So I don't know, I'm experimenting with this blue color here, water. Trying to make like, I don't know, just a little river water, like, you know, like when like the wind, like when wind hits water, it like makes these little accents in it or something. I don't know what you call them, like ripples. And it usually will like hit it with like, it looks like the shape of like a front of cloud, like a storm front. In a weird way. It's like they'll be like this. And I only know this because I've had to look up some rivers, and and they're kind of like little commas, but they're going to get smaller and merge together as we go farther out, and just kind of letting the brush tap. Okay, I guess it's not quite right. And I want to add more gray to this as I go out. I should be going from here forward, I think, instead. Water. trying to make that cloud happen over here. This one is reflecting there. Just barely. Kinda. I got a little too carried away with it. I'll add more water. See if I can I don't know. Didn't really get that the way I wanted it to. I think what happened was it turned to blue. Got an idea. Use water probably. Kind of worked. Not really. Pull this down. So something like this. I don't know. This is weird. Can massage it out with water maybe. Oh shit. Very reflective. Slow moving river. It almost looks like it's like fog on the river, doesn't it? This is tough. There's no there's no reflection on the far island here. I tried making it, but it didn't quite still too bright. Try that. Tree there. The same way, we'll take a little detail brush again, and slightly darker gray. We're gonna make the line that we drew here just so faint. Same thing back here. Not a solid line. There we go. That tied in that distant shore a little more for me. It was blending too much. We got the reflection of the trees off of into the water. Now I gotta take blue before it gets a little too dry. I think it already did, but now I gotta take this like this gray blue we were using before, the first color, and hopefully just trying to get these blended a little more without ruining the edge of the reflection. It's like a subtle blend.
Cottage.
I'm just not sure what color to use. I don't want it to look like. I'm pretty happy with my. Ugh. I must have gotten some paint. Whiter. Amazing. Should be stable again, guys. I'm reading at 5100 kilobytes a second again. How is it now? Is it? Sometimes it'll have moments of little skippiness. Not freezing now, right? Should be good. So I think I gotta get more white. And grab this. Cool. Yeah. What happens is when the internet like needs to load something, it'll like spike. And then just go back to normal after a sec. Hey, Bill's back. What's going on? $50, bro. Come on, man. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, brother. Cheers to you. Everyone give a love emoji to that. $50. Dropping the loot. Touching up these water reflection clouds again before I go over them. I'm scared. This is freaking hard. Taking it real slow because I don't want to rush into the wrong mark here. It's almost like the ripples are gonna be darker than highlights rather than the ripples be super bright. I think I just gotta keep layering, but at not the expense of the tree reflection. I've already, it's pretty much got as much as it should have. The clouds. Probably just skipped again right there, right? Spikes. Don't know what's happening. It normally works. I don't know why it was no. Wi-Fi. It should be good again. Yeah, it seems to be back up. Sorry for those skips. I don't know why that's. So I took out the blending brush here because I was having difficulty with the other one. Just trying to get softer edges here. Oops. See, that's what happens when your blending brush is not dry. You know. Draws lines. So I'm trying to make this side brighter. So this is working. Blend brush in one hand, detail brush in the other. The water just was too dark or something. It's like it just wasn't quite matching the light of day. So we'll get those brush hairs off eventually. It's better to let it dry, believe it or not. Kind of liking how this technique is working. try to get to it right away with a blend brush. And it like makes it soft, gives that nice soft effect I'm trying to find. I actually brushed off the the hairs from the brush. I may be overshooting here. But I'm just trying to learn what looks right. It's kind of cool. I can kind of maybe get the clouds back a little bit. Drying off this blending brush. Needs to be barely wet. There we go. And then I'm like not quite getting it where I want it. It's like close. Like before the next color. I'm gonna take this brush and see what happens. Not dark enough. Trying to find like the dark ripple color here. Not quite. Sometimes these gray tone colors are like the hardest to get right. I'm still not even sure here. Just roll with this, I guess. See what happens. Seems to be this color I found here in this little tiny spot. It's almost like the color of the reflection back here. It's so weird the way sitting on this chair. So, I guess what I'm trying to do here is like indicate these little currents that are happening with wind and the natural currents that happen under the water. This stuff like doesn't look right till it looks right. Color got a bit light suddenly. There it is. I'm almost doing these like little dots that are just little ripples. Here's where I'll grab the lighter one. Go over it a tad. Not quite the mark I wanted to make. Maybe I can grab the light blue, come back, and it's like I'm making little comma strokes. Water's so weird because it's transparent, so it creates all these really deceiving colors. Making little comma marks. Almost like I can actually just take the edge of this brush and it makes them automatically. Not that way. one layer at a time. It's tricky. So tricky. It's kind of getting there. So I'm going to keep layering this into white. Not pure white, but pretty white. It'll look white, but it's actually blue white. Got so many paintbrushes out right now. Paintbrush management is a big thing. Ugh. So I'm trying to Just feathering it as much as I possibly can before it dries. Rag fell over here. Switching to the detail brush quick. Water's so tricky. I'm gonna attempt the lighter color. Might be jumping too much. Oh man, this has been so challenging. My brain's just thinking away over here on how to get this looking rightly here. Hmm. I'm just trying to make it look like essentially like the water is moving a bit, like kind of like a, you know, like it's just the ripples are coming around this direction. Not quite there. Come on, I need to take a break in a second. My back is tweaking. But I've just been so fixated on this. Getting closer-ishly. So like when the tiny ripples combine in the distance, they kind of become these big areas of ripples that just become another big shade. But as we get closer, I want to start like getting there, getting there. Keep some of this darker blue alive. One more shade down. Let's see what this blue does. It's a bit blue. Need to bring in some gray. There's the color. Trying to make the currents more apparent here. Oh, man. super bright one. I have a feeling this river is going to continue into the next episode. It's gonna have to look just right. Right over in this corner, the water is going to be particularly high in detail because it's the closest to us. A lot of individual little ripples are going to be chilling here. I think what I want to do is draw a tree trunk through that highlight again that I don't like. It's not that the highlight is too thick, it's that it's too blue. It needs to be more gray-white, I think. It almost like it looks like rocks on the bottom. which I'd be fine with if that's how it translated. Like a shallow one. Didn't really have a depth in mind for this river. Very risky experimental highlight. I just gotta connect it out here. Looking good, Jokum had to stop away and do some glider nursing. How's he doing? How's little Baxter? Still hurting, probably. Probably didn't magically get better in 10 minutes or an hour. No, it looks like a reflection. Sweet. Now I'm doing some stippling. Baxter is perking up a little, but nothing dramatic. I gave him a Ricky treatment the other day, so it didn't hurt him. Well, I'm glad he perked up. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean he's good, but poor little Baxter. It's killing me, the angle. I have to lean over here. I want to have this whole river sparkling. It's gonna take forever, but it'll be worth it in the end. Just layering and layering and layering for days. I know I said I was going to take a break, but we're 15 minutes away. I think I'm just gonna marathon it. Just no point in coming back painting for 5 minutes. I'm actually holding my arm with my other arm to keep it steady, so it's not all shaky. Ugh. Sparkly river. I think to complete the sparkle, I have to come back with some super white, but not, and like just put a touch. Yes, trying to get those ripples in there. It's difficult. Oh no, the rogue water droplet. Yeah, there'll probably be a whole other episode on just this river. Because it's just so much layering with these little ripples. Yes, definitely. It's not gonna be, it's gonna be mostly water. You're not gonna see much of the clouds reflected. It's barely with this style of water. Because it's flowing and there's wind blowing and there's a lot of ripples on it, it blends with the clouds. I've looked at several references and yeah. I'm not getting it perfect. Like I said, I'm going to be tweaking this stuff for a whole other episode, most likely. It's true. It happens. Sometimes literally one mark is like what finishes it. Like I said, this one's gonna be a tweaker. One little mark at a time. Till it looks the way I want it, I guess. I should be adding more water to my brush. But not gonna for this dip. There we go. I just didn't carry out the perspective of these darker ripples here. So that's looking better now that it's spreading out. See, it's little things like that. Like I just didn't like spread it out yet. No, like immediately already looks better. I've added like 3 marks. Thank you so much. I feel like a student of water still. Like it's something I still can't get. I'm going for a particularly hard body of water too with the wind and the ripples right now. It's like I opened a can of worms with this one. Honestly, every time I try to do water that's this realistic, it takes me forever. Like on that Coral Caves one, it took me so freaking many tries to get that water right. It was like, it was pulling my hair out over that. Because it had to be transparent, and you had to be able to see the rocks on the bottom. So it was just like, it was a brain melter. Now, a lot of this is going to be covered where I'm working on right now. But like, I want it to be there in case I decide to not cover it as much. I'd love to see you try a stippling project. There aren't a lot of us out there that do it in color. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the only one I've ever done has been in black and white. I've only done one like serious stippling, and even then it wasn't like 100% dots, but it mostly was. I gotta be honest though, I remember I barely made it through that one. That one was like, it tested my patience, let me tell you. I admire your patience. I mean, I got some patience to go around, but stippling, whew, that's patience level 2 right there. I'm coming with the brighter one now and see if this looks a little bit more dynamic. Yeah, I think what happened with this river. It started out with me making it much more reflective than I intended it to be, which, you know, that's why I was kind of testing out the clouds. But you ever see a river that's just like glistening? It has like 1,000,000,000,000 sparkles on it. Like that's what I'm trying to go for. Really helps to have this zoomed out angle, let me tell you. Especially in these moments where you get to see how smaller details kind of look. Maybe get back to the river after working on the right. Yeah, there's a chance that like I'll get this river to a certain point that won't necessarily be done, but then I'll want to put in the next piece because it'll help me bring in the river with it. That happens sometimes. Stippling is brutal. Yeah, it is. And I use the smallest point pens. Yeah, you're crazy. Kind of like stippling all that. Kind of like stippling all that sparkling. Yeah. I can see though if you got in the right mindset with stippling how it's relaxing and could be more relaxing and meditative than some others forms of art. So for some reason my eye is seeing the sparkles kind of separate a little here and kind of come out. These are actually the base color of the sparkles. I'm going to be getting white, I think, and really bringing out like a... That's going to take a while. Just trying to make it look like the water's getting like pushed, you know? It's really weird. It's not a straightforward detail on water, let me tell you. Ripples have to be about half the size right here and slowly increase. So when are you coming home again? I have no freaking clue as of right now, to be honest. Money has been an issue since like last April. I mean last August. I've had barely enough to afford my rent and my utilities and my food, and so just the thought of driving 1,200 miles and all the expenses that come along with it, just I wish it was realistic right now. I grabbed too white of a color. But I will for sure let y'all know. And I want it to be soon. It's been a while. I know, I wish I could just, you know. Like last time I went there, and I stayed a month, I think I spent $1,000. It's like how much it cost me that last time I visited and like stayed for a while. I remember getting back and just being like, oh shit, like I gotta watch out for that when I visit. I stayed there for a month though. I stayed there for like a month and I didn't work, so that's why. I miss y'all so much too. And the thing is, the longer I stay in Rhode Island, the more I'm running out of money, because I make money in Tennessee now. I wish I could just, someday money won't be a problem like that. So I'm just bringing these shines here. Don't need to go that much farther here, I don't think. Well, there was gas, which usually adds up to about I think it's like $300 or like $250 or something like that. Both after the said and done, so like $250. And then we stopped on the way and stopped and met one of John's friends in New Hampshire, which led to like going to get beers and going mountain biking and, another 100, 200, who knows, $150 there from just hanging out and going out to eat and restaurant, $40 at the restaurant, $40 at the bar. Then getting to Rhode Island, I went over to a friend's house, remember, and like took dinner for them, and like I bought a salmon, like there was just like it just all added up, and I remember getting home and just being like, I spent like $980, like what the hell? Well, I'm hoping my mission plan by the end of this year is to be in a more comfortable spot, so I can only hope. I can only hope that life will allow. If it does, I will be there. Yeah, it adds up ridiculous. And food, not to mention food. I didn't even mention food, you know. Food on the way, stopping gas station food, restaurant food on the way. It takes 3 days to drive there, so you buy 6 meals over the course of those 3 days. That's another $150. You know, it's just $1,000 sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not. $1,000 is like nothing these days. Like, you can't even buy a car. You can't even pay rent with $1,000 anymore. I wish I lived in the days where cars were $600 and rent was $250 a month. The new $1,000 car is like $3,500 now. Unless you find a killer deal. Hell, I mean, that's your shit box is $3,000. If you want like a reliable one, it's like $6,000, $7,000. But $3,000 will get you like that Honda with 160,000 miles on it, you know? But if you want like 120,000 miles, like 2008, you're gonna be like immediately up to 6,000. It's just. So as the highlights get brighter, there's less and less of them. Gotta remember to make these ripples smaller right at this threshold here of the foreground to midground. Because this river is the difficult part about this river has been it's part of the background and part of the foreground. So it gets more detail as it flows towards us. So to subtract that detail has been a challenge. To like feather detail or like smoothly transition it, you know, if that makes sense. Yeah, seriously, we've been talking about that lately. The price of food these days has been absolutely absurd. It's like I can't, you know, it's like I think I spend like $250 at the grocery store every time I refill. Hey, Glenn, what's going on, brother? Thank you so much. Thanks for hopping in. Hope you're doing well on this fine Sunday. Beautiful out. How are my art sales going? Pretty good in the sense of originals. Like this one is already sold that I'm painting right now. And I sold the last one. So I'm very grateful to be able to at least already have sold 2 in the last couple months. On the website, I think I've sold 6 prints so far. So that hasn't really paid off yet. I've been paying more out of my pocket to keep that up and running, but hopefully if I can scale this up to a point where a lot of people are buying it, then it'll pay off. We'll see. So I've turned into taps here because the ripples are much smaller and I'm just trying to stay consistent. They almost turn into groups of shades as they get farther out. I got too dotty with them up here. I'm gonna have to fix that. That was when I shouldn't have experimented up there. I should have experimented down here more. Nice. Have to start somewhere. Exactly. I feel like I've just started now, to be honest. I really got into painting about 3 years ago, I want to say now. I mean, I've been doing my art my whole life, but... And I've never really tried to even get it out there yet, really, till now, so... If anything, I, like, just started this, and... The goal is to, like, be, you know, 10 years, hopefully, be getting enough business to survive. I'm not really trying to get, you know, rich or anything, but if I could survive off this, that'd be great. Of course, I'm always ready to work on the side and make extra if I have to. I mean, that's been the story of my life. I have no problem doing that. It's almost expected at this point to have to work 2-3 sources of money at the same time. Well, on that last paint stroke, we have reached 4:02, which is exactly the end of our shift, pretty much 2 minutes over. I gotta say, Sundays are my favorite. I'm always more relaxed. They're 5 hours, they're longer, but I enjoy them. I am overall happy with how this trip is going. I think what I'm gonna have to do, honestly, is right here it got a little blocky on the highlights. So I think I'm just gonna have to come back with the tree color, fix it up a little bit, redo the blending, redo the highlights just in this one spot. It shouldn't take long. It'll cost me an hour, but it'll fix it up and make it more like this spot here. I think where it's really looking perfect is right in this exact circling area right here. That's exactly how I think it should look. And right here it's just a little too covered. I've always wanted to sell my stuff, but building an inventory and finding buyers isn't easy. Materials and the amount of time it takes to create something never seems to pay off in the end. Well, I agree, and all I have to say to that is that artists tend to be better artists than businessmen or businesswomen and marketers and publicists, and I am definitely better at painting than I am at promoting myself, but I've been trying to get better at promoting myself and be out there. But yeah, it's both. You have to be good at marketing yourself, and you also have to be good at the damn art. But that's why I'm adding the streaming aspect into it, because that can grow to another point. But yeah. I'll have artists often die before the work is finished. Yeah, that's usually the name of the story. Yep. What was his name? Van Gogh. Didn't he do like 800 paintings in like 5 years or something ridiculous like that, or 6 years, and no one really cared about him until after he died, something like that. Or he never sold one or something. I forget. There was one of them like that, like one of the really, really famous artists. It was like they never really sold many of them, or a couple, but not for much. I forget. I saw the movie, or I watched some documentary on him. Don't quote me on that. But I don't know. I'm not gonna let that get me down. I'm just gonna keep pushing ahead. I've been trying to make money off of what I love to do my whole life, and if anything, I'm used to not. Yep, so I think just a nice, more pure, brighter white over these ripples are going to really make them sparkle more next time. Yes, let's do it. I'm honestly mostly happy to just finish my damn paintings. Never mind getting them out there and selling them. That's a cherry on top, but lately I've just enjoyed finishing things from beginning to end and really polishing them up. That's been my biggest plague, is like doing art half my life and not finishing it, you know. Half completed drawings and stuff. Oh, lost my headphones there. Well, you seem to be doing great. Hey, I can only hope and just try my best. You work's outstanding. It never seems finished though. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I'll say it's rare. It's like there's like 2 out of 20 artworks that I think like I'll put a dot on it and I'll be like it's done. But then like the other ones, it's like it's kind of like I'll just leave it there. I'm not really sure. Like maybe I could add something more to it, but I tend to overwork sometimes. Yeah, it's easy to do too much. I was saying earlier at the beginning of the stream, I don't know if you caught it, but I was talking about how I really enjoyed setting myself to do painting from a time to a certain time and like not painting outside of that, because there's something about it. It's like I end up painting when I'm my most focused and have my most energy, and like before I'd paint 12 hours, like go like marathons, and like it's debatable that last 4 hours I was painting, I was not all there. I was rushing, I was tired, probably lost patience, you know. So I find that like about 4 or 5 hours is like I can keep like 100% focus and interest for that amount of time. And maybe it'll get longer, but I find that like roughly 25 hours of painting a week is what it's adding up to now with this streaming schedule. Gives me enough time to digest, go do other artwork. Because also I found it's important to not only do one piece of art. It helps me to kind of step away from it, go in my sketchbook and do some other stuff, just doodle, take my mind off of it, walk past it for a couple days, you know. There's a lot of benefits I've noticed that I didn't expect. Yeah, putting it down, yeah, exactly. Big part of the process, yeah, it's it digests, like, or something. But, anyway, without further ado, thank you all so much for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. It's been a blast as always, and I'm having so much fun with this painting. I learned so much. I've learned so much about color. Like, I feel like every time I do a painting, I get better, and it just makes me so excited to keep going. But we will be back I will be back at tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central Time. So for everyone in Rhode Island, that's 6 for you, and we will continue where we left off, and hopefully maybe chunk in this bluff here, and maybe get the base color for it, and go from there. I have some cabin references too I've been looking up. I'm trying to decide on like what I want to do for a cabin or a cottage or whatever, so there's a lot to go on this. But this shore is looking pretty nice. I think I may go back later and I may add some highlights to the trees a little bit here where the sun's hitting on them. But the background mountain, I think, and the clouds, pretty much done. Pretty much done. We'll see how it all ties together. But anyway, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much again. Thank you for the stars, the follows, the shares, the likes. And see you next time, tomorrow. Love you too.